Teens. Chat. I just came out from the bathroom, so I have to. Hello, Sabu. I have to grab some of my, stuff. But also, since I have a kitty, I can turn on kitty cam. Okay, main overlay. And bam. Meow. Little puppy. She even has a toy. Look at my little Nyabubo. Look at her. She's so cute. I love you. My lovely little calico. She's getting scrimch. She's pretty much been in my window like all of last night. Yeah, you have. Look at my lovely calico. Bonk. Hey! She numbed on me! For anyone wondering, did she actually bite you? No. She literally just put my teeth on me. Very lightly. She's such a silly girl. She's so silly. You're silly. You're a silly puppy. She's just like, who are you calling shitty? You're the shitty one. Mahuman. But anyway, she's probably just gonna look out the window now. Because that is an activity cats do. But yes. I have several. And I mean several. References. Specifically for the LPIA uniform. And I literally went to several different tactical wear sites. Just to find those references. Also, beep. And this is what one of the things that we did last time. We rendered out the front reference for Hydrangea. Me-wee. Me-wee. You're being very vocal, my little me-meep. So now... Meep? You leaving? She left. Does she want to leave? Do our friends know? Run around if we stretch up your little leggy legs? Sabrina finally left the window. Sabrina is finally going to stretch out her legs after being in my window for like 12 hours? This is not a joke, by the way. She was literally in my window when I fell asleep, and now she just left. I literally had to give her breakfast in my window. Guess it's a sign that I need to make a little patio perch so that she can, you know, curl up a little more. You know, like some of the other kitties in the house who sometimes go in my window. But it's mostly her and Magda. And sometimes when he's in my room, Mr. Meow Meow. Or just Mao. Because he's a little man. So... if I kind of open this up on a canvas, this has like a front pocket up here, and then like above the knees there is this pocket. Which I definitely will reference. So... I definitely need to make some kind of T-pose. And yes, I've been meaning to do this for a long time. Just let me... import this, because this is also one of the concepts for the uniform. So... I'm going to move the text down. And I'm going to make a kind of a reference. or what the gloves sort of look like. Because my kind of idea for which character is this one, it's not really a specific character for this, just like Mannequin Chan, I guess. Or Mannequin Coon. So the big thing is for this, like, you know, the mission uniform is that they live in a country that is heavily based off of Scandinavia, like Norway and Sweden especially, which are both very mountainy, like very mountainous, and also have a lot of forests. So I'm trying to kind of like design this uniform like in a way that is practical for, like, if you made it with the right materials, you could use it while hiking in the Swedish forest. Let's just say that. Or possibly the forest in France. Because I'm pretty sure that France probably has at least one forest. I would not know because I am not a French person. Like, the only people in my family who have been in France are my parents. You haven't really been visiting forests much? Yeah. But they probably exist. This in France. Actually, I'm gonna look this up. Forest of France! There's a lot of forests in France! You used to live in France. Oh, so it's past tense. But you have still lived in France for longer than I have. AKA, more than 0. So... there's a lot of forests just in France. I found a whole ass wiki page. You have one over here then? Yeah. That's the page I found for, like, the forest of France. But, like, one European forest I've seen from, like, any of the European countries is, you'll have a look here. The one kind of country's forest that I have somewhat seen, like, online, is the Clip is the Swedish forest because of the creator of the Click, because he sometimes films episodes in the Swedish forest. So I have seen what the Swedish forest looks like, albeit from the computer in my room. I definitely need to either clean my smudge glove or just completely replace it, because it's getting dirty. Luckily, I have quite a few smudge gloves. Because when you purchase... Probably clean it, yeah. Because when you purchase a new drawing tablet, usually one of the freebies inside of it is a smudge glove used for drawing on the tablet. And I have used smudge gloves before, or I, transitioned to digital art. Simply because I am left-handed and I tend to smudge my hand on stuff when I write. You don't really use drawing tablets? Yeah. Yeah. I've used smudge gloves since I was in freshman year of high school, I believe. Because I think I remember using them in my very first math class in high school, which was some sort of geometry class. Yeah. I highly recommend getting smudge gloves, even if you aren't left-handed. You're probably gonna give these forest a visit. Yeah. Yeah. But if you're like me and you have very tiny hands, you might need to do some modifications to it so that it somewhat fits. Yeah, I have very small hands. My hands are barely even 8 centimeters across. Small grabbers indeed. I have paws. The tiniest little paws. My hands are very small. So I'm going to just let's do mirror pose. And I think I'm gonna kind of do this. And increase the scale. And I'm gonna go sketch out the body. But first, I'm I have to do a symmetry ruler. Just pretend that this is like one of those store mannequins that you see at the store. Not a lot of detail. And no head. But yes, behold Mannequin-chan. Mannequin-chan. But yeah. But yeah. So this is going to be the base for the, you know, mannequin, sort of. And yes, the feet are going to be a little cursed. That is simply because there are no toes on Mannequin-chan. Cursed feet, just like my model. Oh, indeed. My model does have cursed feet. Actually, let me go grab the model. Well, that's new. Actually, not really. Behold, my cursed feet. did this simply because I did not want to draw toes. So it just looks like a flesh sock. Also, fucking hell, ads are starting soon. And I didn't even realize that they're starting. Anyway. I'll just, You can hear me still? I don't really affect you. So you can hear me still? Yeah. So, now... Here we go. Plop the text into here. And hide it. Your sister found a way to disable it because of your epilepsy. Nice! I remember seeing this ad. It was for like a weekend concert. And there was like a bunch of like flashing lights and stuff. And I reported the ad because of the fact that it was an epilepsy risk. Like that ad could definitely give someone a seizure. But yeah. It probably would. Yeah. And that's why I kind of reported the ad. So let's start off with the collar. Because that is, you know, the important part. And I have to mention that the whole top is like mostly just one piece. Like this part and the sleeves are all part of the same piece of clothing. It's just that mostly people will wear like part of the uniform is an undershirt with like long sleeves. Along with gloves. So there is going to be a slight modification to the appearance of the, you know, uniform. But yeah. And going to gesture out what the pants will look like. My fucking... My chat overlay I have so that I can talk without having to constantly crane my neck over to my other screen while I'm drawing. Literally just borked itself and reset. It was kind of funny though. Sometimes scuff can be funny. But yeah. So let's squiggle there. Also, gonna kind of do that to like imply a zipper. But yeah. So there are belt loops for a belt. And then pockets. And then I like this sort of thing. Like hold more stuff. Let me just move that over to above the line art for that. I will eventually grab a reference for, you know, some boot. Also, my knee is kind of angry at me. But yeah, it's kind of just whatever. Whatever. Yeah, I kind of wanted to try and get like a, you know, proper uniform here. So that people kind of know what it looks like. And if I go to my redesign for Fennel, here I kind of imply a bit of a patchwork with him, where he has several holes that are covered over with fabric patches. This is essentially the base uniform. Designed mostly for practicality. Not really for like serving cunt. So it's kind of a two-tone uniform. And the undershirt is like whatever color it can be, whatever color the agent chooses it to be. The pants are usually like gray. But yeah. And I plan on making some like design variations. Because certain characters have certain pieces of equipment that only they have. Like, this thing right here is kind of like a book carrier, and that's what Patchouli has for her uniform. Because, of course, she, has a journal, and it's, when I make this into a game, it's going to be an important aspect of the mechanics. Because, of course it will be. But I'm also going to add a bit of a side pocket to here as well. And the reason why I'm kind of making the zipper pull a triangle is because it makes sense to me. And I'm making it kind of big and chunky so that it's, easy to zip on and zip off. So, yeah. That's fair. Indeed. And it's also possible to kind of paint stuff from the key pull, the zipper pull as well. I'm going to kind of have that be sort of like what the shoes look like, but instead of laces, I'm going to have like Velcro straps. And for anyone wondering why Velcro straps? Because it's easier to draw! That's literally the only reason why! I hate drawing shoelaces. So if I ever draw characters in shoes, they're either her slip-ons or they have like Velcro. I just, like, even for my model, like, y'all can, of course, see the fact that I have, like, you know, these, shoelaces. I didn't even draw these completely on my own. I used a Clip Studio paintbrush asset from someone and traced it over. But that is just my lore. I hate drawing shoelaces, and I will not draw shoelaces if I can help it. That and, you know, drawing shoelaces just... If I can get away with just having Velcro straps on all of my characters' shoes, or just have them wear something that doesn't require any laces or straps or something like that at all, I'm gonna do that! And just like... Maybe I'll have that as like a footnote if I ever publish an art book for the series. Like, the author/artist of the story, Skelly Ace, does not draw any of the characters with actual shoelaces. Simply because she considers it a waste of time. Because it is! It's a waste of time! So I just do, like, Velcro straps. Or slip-ons. That'd be funny, yeah. Fuck ass cat. It's Bennett. It's the old man chonk. It's the orange man. Hold on. I'm gonna go give that ungrateful old brat an affection. He just wanted outside! He just wanted me to let him out through the front! So, I ended up being like, because I was there and my hip is sort of hurting along with my knee, I decided to take some ibuprofen. Why? Let it where I was holding it for a brief moment before flying away. That was really weird. But anyway, I'm going to add some text. Oh, Easter egg! The boots have Velcro straps because the artist despises having to draw shoelaces. Anyway, I took like 3 ibuprofen because there were only like 6 in a container. So I took like half of them. But I'm gonna go consume a haichu. Cause I want to. Anyway. Why not time? I probably need to eventually like close my commissions before my semester begins. Or at the very least to limit my slots to like just one service. Because in like 3 weeks, I will have no I'll be swarmed with like 5 classes. As I'm in my semester. Oof, indeed. But yeah. You wish me luck with that. Hopefully I am able to pass. But yeah. Let's do that. Yeah, hopefully I will. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's not like the biggest guarantee of me, you know, Completely surviving? I know that I might have at least one mid-semester breakdown. It's honestly just inevitability. Like, the mid-semester breakdown happens more often than you think. Because it happens once a semester, in the middle of the semester. It can be caused by various circumstances, sometimes just stressy, de-stress. But sometimes it can be caused by other circumstances, like when my grandma died. I kind of had a breakdown when that happened. Mid-semester breakdowns, they are more inevitable than you may think. Sorry to hear that happen. It's okay. The silver lining is that she's at least no longer suffering. Because she was suffering for a long time before she passed away. But honestly, at the very least, she's no longer suffering. She's free from the suffering of the mortal world. One of my other grandmas is unfortunately still alive because she is not the best person. But she is getting closer and closer to dying. And let's just say that grandma is not the best. She was not the best grandmother. That there could ever be. Like, I actually sort of met her, like, last year, technically. When I went to my great-grandpa's funeral because that was her father. But I didn't even recognize her. And my dad thought my brother and I won, but he underestimated the fact that it had been like over a decade since we last saw her. And have started. I'm going to erase all of these and then I'm going to go do an intermission. So I'm going to probably merge these two line arts down. And then start doing some of the line art thickening on the outline. But of course, I'm going to do that after this intermission. I shall be back. I'm back. Took me a while to use the bathroom, but I'm back. Ignored this. So, I'm going to untype the concept. And I'm going to do that. And this. And selection pen. And then I'm going to do that. And that is just so that I have a whole thing. To like make sure all the line art, like all the color does not escape the line art. But now I am going to picking up these lines. Over here. Because obviously that is something I need to do. And yeah. I probably also need to go purchase that, like, typeface. But I'm going to yap about something else. Because last night I watched K-pop Demon Hunters with my mom. And we both really liked it. If y'all haven't seen it at all, I highly suggest going to watch it. Because it's that good. And there's actually a lot of merch for it too. And one of the pieces of merch, or like two of the pieces of merch are pairs of pajama pants that, you know, Rumi wears in the movie, including the teddy bears and Choo Choo Train in pajama pants. Which is objectively kind of funny. But anyway, now I just need to figure out all the colors. So I'm probably just going to do a base color. Like, need to mucus. Blech. And there we go. And obviously I'm going to have some notes. Like, this color here will be, like, maybe any color or that the agent chooses. And but I think I'm going to go to the additional color set. Like, use this as like a temporary color. Actually, I can just do this. So there is indeed a bit of a redesign going on. Which I need to update this specifically anyway. I need to redraw this. That whole shebang. Like all of Patchley's outfits, because there is another outfit that I kind of have planned for her, which is going to be her bunad, like her folk dress that she wears in the Osmanthus Fragrance arc. Which I have gathered a few references for her, actually. And I specifically used, tried to grab references of Bunat from Sigdal. And for anyone wondering, why Sigdal? That is so weirdly specific. it's because I have ancestors who originated from Signal Valley in Norway. And I thought it would be a nice way to honor them. Like, you know, honor some of my ancestry. Even though I have a big disconnect from, you know, my ancestors who immigrated from Europe, I still want to at least honor their culture a little bit in this story. Which is why certain characters like Fennel are kind of German, and while characters like Patchley are, you know, Norwegian encoded. It's because I wanted to kind of honor my ancestry a little bit in some way or another. I just wanted to kind of acknowledge where my family came from. And of course, Osby and Lily kind of, you know, represent, you know, cross-cultural will relate friendships and stuff. Because a lot of the characters are, you know, European coded. I wanted to at least try and have like at least one character in the whole story or like at least two major characters who are, you know, not based off of Europe. It's why, you know, that's partially why Lily and Osmi exist. And so that other people in other cultures can feel kind of represented. Anyone wondering why did you specifically make Lily Manalo like Filipino coded? The answer is simple. There are a lot of Filipino people where I live. This is not a joke, by the way. We have a pretty high Filipino population in the place where I live. And that's partially because we also have a high population of people who were, like, in the Navy. Like, just general military families. It leads to a lot of, you know, ethnic diversity in, you know, certain parts of the city and stuff. I just feel like it's a bit of a little nice touch to like try and add like representation for people who I kind of knew back in high school, because I knew at least 3 Filipino people during my time in high school. I think I'm still mutuals with one of them on Instagram. And I might even ask her for like some questions about, you know, Filipino culture, because she was born in the Philippines, I believe. But it might be a little awkward to be like, hey, remember me from high school? Like, 3 or 4 years ago. Can I ask questions about your culture so that I can write a character for my story? Like, that's going to be really awkward. Like, that is hella awkward. I don't think I have the guts to do it. But if somehow she finds the stream, recognizes my voice as like that weird autistic kid in her classes who always wore purple hearing protection, and who also asked about what Pat the Sal is like in one of the classmates group chat, she's probably going to be like, oh god, it's her. And the main reason why I want to ask her that is because I, want to try and make Lily as accurate to Filipino culture as I can, make it in a story where the Philippines technically does not exist, but there is something similar. I'd ask her right now, but I am technically live, and I don't want any risk of either of us doxing ourselves. Because that would be kind of bad. I'd have to nuke this VOD. But I can probably, DM her on Instagram. And just, ask if I can, ask her questions about, traditional Filipino foods and dress. And, aspects of Filipino culture that she remembers, or at least has knowledge of. For the sake of, trying to get stuff accurate in a novel. So that should possibly a video game eventually one of these days, maybe. Just I can imagine if if she eventually finds the story when it's published, when I get to the point of publishing it and I need one of those little blurb thingies from a famous person, or someone, I could probably have her just put that she went into my DMs years after we've known each other in high school just to ask me questions about my culture for this story. That'd be a little funny. But that is what we call dedication to the craft. And while I could ask Tumblr, people on Tumblr, I could ask them, but Tumblr is just predominantly white. So I don't think I'll really get good results. So the closest bet I have is asking a Filipino red-headed sub. That's probably the best thing I can do. That is way less awkward than just sliding into someone's DMs that I haven't really talked to since we were in high school all together. Be like, hey, remember when we were your classmates? I want to ask you some questions about your culture. But anyway, ads are about to start, so I'm going to actually go refill my water. I'm gonna be back in a few minutes. And I'll probably end up returning when ads arrive. Water. And that started a minute ago. Oh boy. I'm gonna put my hair up. Also, one of the things I have in here, like, in my to-do list, is just Dahlia's shoes. Because she, once again, still has no shoes. That is the base uniform. I'm actually going to change that to values. And then I'm gonna like do that. And if I I feel like the out of all of the also ads are now over. Welcome back, every neon. I feel like one of the big things that I might do is like have certain colors. You know. Like lot of the hues are going to be like sort of natural. Like probably going to be a lot of like muted greens and all that. And just kind of like stuff you'd wear, you know, in the forest. Like blend in, sort of. But this is, of course, going to be one concept. One out of several. And this is kind of like a concept. And of course, this is kind of like if they are, you know, in the forest. So of course, I can always just make a new alternate, which I'll be like maybe something like this, or like this. Maybe even this. I'll probably figure out what will contrast best with each environment. And, you know, figure it out from there. And I'm going to actually do something like this to kind of do the zipper. And I'm going to go into canvas properties, and I'm going to go into the additional color set and change to this color so that there is more contrast. But I just realized something. I think I forgot something that I meant to add. I think I completely forgot to add knee pads. To the fucking thing. I can't believe I forgot the knee pads. But yeah. And I'm going to use this value for the knee pads. And for anyone like very curious as to why I'm, you know, using values for the, you know, instead of just regular colors. That's because I just didn't feel like just randomly plopping colors on the whole thing. I wanted to have the values in place. So that I can, you know, so I'm just going to do this in my regular, you know, style of writing, because I have lost the ability to write good in any other kind of writing. And I'm kind of like trying to design this with practicality in mind. And essentially I'm just drawing arrows. And essentially this is going to be what the uniform looks like. And that is essentially the uniform for the LPIA. This took 2 whole hours to even do. Of course, I'll eventually change the writing here to text so that it's easier for most people to see it and read it, because I know not a lot of people can read it in cursive. And I write in cursive. And for everyone wondering, Skelly, what are you going to do about the gloves? I will get to the gloves eventually. But my kind of idea is that they kind of like have a bit of a like they go a little bit like a few centimeters beyond the wrist. And likely have some kind of loop to easily hang them up. Likely on the belt straps of the uniform. But there's probably going to be like some textured bumps or something. Like some kind of, texture that is a little different from the palm side and the not palm side of both parts. But yeah. And the reason why I'm kind of making I'm kind of just gonna have all of the, thingies be relatively simple. Of course, there are a bunch of different, sizes for the uniform, and so there is the straight size and the plus size, which is kind of like the same when it comes to, clothing. When it comes to plus size, the pattern has to actually be changed in order to comfortably fit. Like extra paneling. Which is going to be especially apparent with Patchouli because, she's resting boobily. If I go to her here, I might redraw this to use like one of the body type models so I can draw her easier. But essentially, Patchouli has a plus size body. So her uniform, compared to all the other characters who are more straight size, is going to look inherently different. There is likely going to be some extra paneling, like around here. Hello, Shadow Hunter. How are you? I'm just yapping. But yeah. Essentially, because Patchouli is, you know, in a different size bracket, as she is, you know, plus size, her uniform will look slightly different compared to the others, as instead of just one panel, there is likely going to be a total of 4 panels on the front, so that there is room for the chest. I feel like I have some kind of reference for, like, plus size, like, patterns in my sewing board. I don't think I do. Sorry, I can't hear. Oh, okay. Can't hear? It says that I'm looking at Streamlabs and it says that it's fine, but hold on. Let me just turn up the gain a little bit. Like 0.5. But yeah. Essentially, what I'm trying to say is that Patchouli's uniform, as she is, you know, technically a plus size character, her, you know, uniform is going to have slight variations compared to the other characters. There's uniforms, as she is bigger than them in terms of body. But anyway, it is time. To try and give Dahlia some shoes. Let me draw the soul. Because I literally have, in the to-do list, there's just one thing called Dahlia's shoes. So I'm kind of looking, and apparently for like the kind of pants that Dahlia is wearing, you wear boots. What kind of boots? I don't actually know. But they are boots. So I guess now Dahlia has shoes. Her work shoes. So she can T-pose imposingly at you with, you know. So I'm gonna do the color. Actually, I'll do this color. For souls? And then I'm going to do the color of her top. Like, bring it together. Actually, hold on. Maybe if I do the additional color set and replace it with this? Maybe that'll work a little better. Yeah, that looks nicer, in my opinion. And now Dahlia has shoes! Yippee! Dahlia has shoes now! Oops, I did not mean to try and save the webpage for Twitch. So now I have like just the bunad for Patchouli to do. Which, for those who don't know what a bunad is, where is it? There we go. I found one. So this is a bunad, which is like traditional, like Norwegian folk costume. And I wanted to kind of add it as one of Patchouli's outfits. And the file name for this is Sigdal Bunad. So this is kind of like the bunad they wear in Sigadal. Of course, I am going to likely simplify this. Simply so that I don't go insane with all the details. And this is another one that I have. That is, kind of different. But, yeah. There's also this. This one, too. I keep forgetting that I have just a random picture of cheese cubes in here. And of course, Hatsune Miku. But yeah. So right now I have a few outfits to do for Hydrangea. So I think I'm going to write that down. If the ink will flow. And let me check what all I have. So the only other thing I have written down there is the, night outfit, which is probably this. But I'm starting in less than 2 minutes. So I'm probably going to, not really do an intermission. So, pretty, body type. And that is going to be the base for Osmi. Because I'm planning on remaking this document over here to, instead of just being this, be a little more closer to what Hydrangea's is. Also, I keep forgetting that I have this drawing of Patchouli from before I gave her the horns. probably going to reference this, image when I, do one of the sprites for Patchouli. But yeah. Ads are starting soon, and as ads roll, I'm probably going to, write down some stuff in the to-do list. And that do Bluetooth so you can hear you. Alright. Yeah, ads have started. And I think I'm going to make this color. Then save as. Rename that to the outfit sheet. And then before I do that, let me go into Canvas properties. And save as. I'll save this outfit sheet. But yeah. Ads are ending soon. And I'm going to grab this. And ads are now over. And so I'm going to try and keep all of this as faithful as I can to, her, preference. And I'm going to widen up her waist. Thicken up her thighs. And her calves as well. Then kind of do that. Of course, this isn't going to be like totally accurate to, you know, her body. But I'm generally just going to make her thicker all around. So and so your apologies about the message in group chat without context. Understandable. I completely understand it being, you know, out of context. And let's keep it like that. Yeah, it's alright that you know, did the group chat thingy without context. It happens to the best of us. And 73. You just wanted to push the event back for about a month because you went to make it its own event, do more advertisements, and allow more time for group gatherings and getting used to the roles. Yeah, that's understandable, in my opinion. Like, you know, giving everyone the best amount of time that they can get. Also allows me to do any changes and fixes if I want to. Yeah. I think this is a good body type for Patchouli. But if it's too much, you know, yeah, I will let you know. So I'm going to now put in the base for Patchouli. I'm going to... kind of do this. With the pose. It's gonna be moved all the way to here. And I'm going to rotate it like this. And I think I think I'm going to try and have this be like that. And this will allow me to make a base for Patchouli. And of course the chest is a little different compared to the model because they, sag, and there's not really an option to have the boobs kind of sag down due to gravity. But this is kind of like just going to be what it looks like. Alright. Yeah. You are officially the first person to redeem that! Let me just finish doing the torso here. And the fingers. Before I kind of get started on that. But anyway. So, we'll grab the plus in order to do this because I need to sleep with my knees. And to kind of like explain what in the world it is. This is a seated left adductor pullback. And I basically squeeze a ball or something, or in my case, a plush. But first, you have to pull your left knee back and then in. And then you have to do 4 in and out breaths. And I have to do this like 4 more times. And this is a more recent exercise I was given. And because it's one I can do while sitting, I can do it while live. So, let me do the rest of them. Yeah. Now you have to make sure to redeem one of these every stream. You don't have to. I do try to eventually do them because I have an alarm to actually do my exercises for PT. The only reason why this one specifically is a redeem is because I can do it while sitting at my desk. That's essentially the only reason why it's a redeem. And I also have another reference of Patchouli. It's this one. And it's basically just a reference for how to do the horns. You've already done all the higher redeems, yeah. I need to set up some of the VTube Studio based redeems. And probably like make a few more. Like turning on and off the tail. Face redeems? Yeah. Like some of the redeems that I can have based off of toggles in VTube Studio. Like, my plan was to have one where you could summon Subi. And I could just hold her for like a few minutes or until someone had a mod redeem. That is a terrible idea. For lack of better words. Because mods, if I ever get to the point of having to make mods in my, like actual human mods for my streams, I want to go through the process of having a form for them to fill out. And like, make sure that they are, you know, ready for they're, you know, qualified for the job. It's how my admin, a friend of mine on Tumblr and I do our mod applications on our community server. Even though they're the one who kind of like manages and appoints all the mods, because I'm just as an admin who mostly just focuses on eliminating any porn bots. It's essentially my role in the community. He just bonk anyone who violates the rules. Sometimes with the banhammer, especially if they are porn bots. So if I ever appoint a mod, it's either going to be like a just in case, like if we are like streaming together, they will be temporarily appointed as a mod just in case. Or like go through the actual form of having people apply, reviewing them, and, you know, choosing whether or not to appoint them. In fact, I probably need to start, you know, making a mod application. But I'm probably going to wait until I have a higher viewership average. Because, given how low my current viewer average is, like, 1 or 2 people usually show up every stream, unless I get rated. I don't think I really need any mods. And of course, if you become a mod, you also lose your VIP status. So you can't really be a mod and a VIP. And of course, there might be, like, dedicated, like, mods for the server where they might not usually be there during Worthy Trade, yeah. I might also have, like, server-specific mods, or, like, they might not show up often in streams due to time constraints and time zone issues, but they are going to be monitoring the server when I am offline. So essentially, these kind of like how how I'm like kind of how the admins in my Transformers community that I'm an admin in work, because there are 2 admins, me and my friend and slash mutual. They are in Australia and are therefore awake at pretty much the opposite times that I am awake. So whenever there are any issues, is depending on the time, either one of us or any of the mods can always be there as quickly as possible. But I should probably tell them that we should make a group chat with all the mods on Discord, so that we can all, like, figure out, you know, certain decisions, you know, together. Which, the other admin is asleep right now. Oh. Oh boy. And when I was just talking about the whole community thing, I opened up Tumblr. And apparently I was already in the community from last time I hopped off it. There are 2 things in the mod queue related to porn bots. Oh, apparently the other admin has been online in the past 2 hours. But I don't think I'm going to talk to them, like, at the current moment. Like, I'm probably going to at least wait until I'm done with stream before I, like, message and ask them, like, hey, should we make a group chat or something, you know, in, like, on, like, Discord, so that all of the mods and us admins can, you know, have a place to communicate with each other. We'll be back in 30 minutes. Alright. Go do what you need to do. Also, I'm going to make 2 variations on this hair. The first variation is going to be the braid. But we'd love to learn more about my thought process when you get back. Understandable. But yeah. Patchouli has, you know, 2 different, like, hairstyles. The braided and the fully down. And they look kind of different because, you know, out of principle. And I'm going to move the base. And then I'm going to move the, like, outfit titles. So church, LPIA, Unad. Let me just move those over a little bit. And then last one. Sleepwear. But yeah. Ads are starting soon, so I'm probably just gonna consume something. Let's roll. Braided hair. And fully down hair. Now I'm gonna do one of these in red. Ads are rolling. And there we go. And I'm just gonna refine the braids. Ads are ending soon. But yeah. I'm going to refine the braids. In terms of the sketch before I like do anything more. But yeah. And there we go. That is the braid. At least one of them. And then here we go. Was that the braids? Now let's do her hair fully down. Which I'm going to... Hello, Edespeto. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Here we go. And that is the sketch. Now I'm going to start doing some of the, you know, other character design stuff. And this means I gotta go do this. But yeah. And this is to essentially evoke sort of a nun outfit a little bit, but also not really. But yeah. She is, you know, also, something really chaotic happened last week. I didn't really talk about it, but essentially within like 19 hours, there's one of the biggest VTuber agencies just imploded on itself. Because not only did they forget to pay some of the... Did they not pay some of their talents? They also didn't pay the $500,000 one of the talents raised for a charity relating to a condition that she has. And it didn't even take that long for, you know, everything to originally be all fine and dandy. And then, Irma released her statement relating to, you know, the fact that V Shoujo did not pay her and also did not pay the Immunodeficiency Foundation. But they also forgot to pay her. And pretty much all their other talents. So now all of the Vishojo challenges are indie. But yeah. And stuff like that is why I'm probably never going to join a VTuber agency. If I might join a VTuber group. Or like make my own. But in terms of like joining an actual agency, I don't think I'm ever going to do that. After all of the whole debacles and drama, I don't think it's really worth it. And especially since, you know, as a disabled person, I really don't want to get exploited by the employers. And, you know, for most agencies, except for the Bishoujo, they basically hold onto your IP, so if you leave, you basically gotta start off from scratch. Which kinda sucks. And Vishojo is was the only agency who allowed all of their talents to keep their IPs if they left the company, which is why all of their, you know, talents left within such little time. It was simply because they had the power to keep their VTuber identity, you know? But yeah, it basically just imploded on itself. Which is a bit of a yikes. You know, a whole industry giant imploding. But that's just what happens when you essentially commit wage theft. In fact, I have a belief that this might lead to a class action lawsuit. You know, from all of the talents, or at least most of them. And that it's going to end up being a landmark case when it comes to like content creation. You know, in the online sphere. Like, this is going to be a landmark case if it ever ends up in a lawsuit. I know it in my bones. This is going to end up being one of the most... a very historical case, let's just say that. And I made a typo. Because of course I did. But yeah. So TLDR, last week a VTuber agency imploded on itself and it was very chaotic. And I think it's going to lead to a landmark lawsuit that people will learn about in law school in the next few decades. But yeah. It's kind of like just the whole thing in a nutshell. But yeah. And here we go. I'm gonna do this last little part. Like this last horn. Before I, go do an intermission. Which is, yeah. So, let me do a little bit of that. And I'm going to do my intermission now. And I'll see y'all in a few minutes. Alright. I'm back. Everybody young. I definitely need to learn Blender. So I can, you know, make these better. Like have an actual guide to do the horns. Yeah. I like dedicate a stream to when I try and learn how to draw, sculpt horns for Patchouli and all the other characters. Because that's probably going to be quite a bit of a learning curve. At least when it comes to me and my negative knowledge on, you know, how to use 3D software. So now here we go. And merge that down. And of course I'm doing that as a bit of a placeholder. Because obviously I'd like to not get bunked by Twitch. Like any reason at all. And if it means I have to add a few extra lines to a character or as I draw before I draw their actual outfit, then so be it. And that's why they kind of look like copy-pasted on or like painted on. Because it's literally just serving as like a bit of a sensor. Once again, cursed feet. Because the toes do not matter here. But yeah. I'm gonna make this arm a little thicker so that it doesn't tangent with the boob. anyway, that is kind of the base for Patchity. I will eventually make a something. Involving Patchily. But yeah. This is just, you know. I also eventually need to, like, make a temp sprite, like, represent Patchily as I work on the prototype. Maybe if I make the prototype, I'll, like, release it on itch.io. And then, how's the streaming art going so far? It's going quite well. Dahlia finally has a pair of shoes. And right now, I'm just drawing one of Patchily's outfits for her new outfit sheet. Because I plan on eventually remaking it anyway. But yeah. And I probably need to eventually make some 3D assets. Like, before I really get into, like, making more of the, like, before I really start working on any proper assets for this game, I need to kind of start making a few 3D assets, let's just say, of all the more complex stuff related to all the characters and their designs. The important things being, you know, the horns for all the characters, probably tails for some of them as well. But probably also, like, make actual 3D models for, like, certain characters like Patchily. As, like, you know, a baseline. So that it's more consistent when I draw her. Cool indeed. Which, yeah. That's definitely gonna happen sometime in the future. It's just that when in the future it's gonna happen is the question. Because obviously I have classes that start next month. And I don't know if that'll be like a prime time to try and learn how to 3D model. Because none of the classes are related to like 3D modeling or anything along those lines. Like, I haven't had any art classes in a long time. Maybe after my classes are finished? Yeah. Or like when I'm pretty much done with almost all of my, like, you know, my required classes, I can probably like take a class or two after where it's all done to like learn 3D modeling. Which, let me check. So out of all the classes, and I'm not going to include the ones I'm currently going to be taking. I forgot to set up the payment for my semester. Oh no. It's due today. God damn it. Alright. Alright. Fingerprint. So, alright. Probably should go do that now. Yeah, I'm gonna do that immediately. Alright. Pay my, like, $3,000 bill. Set a payment plan. Alright. So there's a non-refundable payment plan enrollment fee to participate in the option you selected. Yes, I know. Alright. Alright. Let me screenshot that. Alright. View and authorize. I read and accept terms. Alright. There we go. Okay, it has been paid for. Let me go message my mom. Alright. By the way, Fen4, thank you for reminding me that I had to do that. Albeit unintentionally. I appreciate the hell out of that. Because I can't imagine possibly accidentally being dropped from any of my classes that I need to take in order to transfer. Simply because I forgore. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna go inform my mom if she's still here. Or if not, my dad. Actually, let me go grab these two and put them away. I think. Alright. Luckily, my mom got my text. That was kind of stressful. But yes, thank you, Fen4, for reminding me to pay my tuition. I can't believe I nearly forgot about it. Yeah. You're welcome. Yeah. So... I'm also going to do the braid line art over here. Let me just turn this off. Wait, yeah. Well, at least now the payment plan has been made, and I'm guaranteed to be able to attend my classes. Yeah, I have 5 classes that I have to kind of do this semester. One of them is just a support class for my math class. So... yeah. It was like a co-requisite for taking the course. But the important part is I have registered for my classes. And hopefully I do not fail my science or math class, because I need those in order to transfer to the university I plan on going to for the rest of my college career. Yes, I will probably, like, make an announcement on Discord and Blue Sky when I am able to confirm that I have successfully transferred to the university. Best of luck on that then? Yeah. And speaking of that, I also need to kind of figure out, like, solidify my grad cap design, you know, a little bit. Which, though I don't think I'm going to be graduating until, at the very least next year, I want to at least try to, you know, design my grad cap, maybe purchase a few materials to make it. Because currently there's a bunch of Halloween stuff at that Michael's, you know, the craft store. And, you know, I can purchase from there. At least for, like, if I'm ever to do, like, little flowers. Just for, you know, the, you know, grad cap. Which actually, let me go grab the thing I made. For my grad cap design. So this is the grad cap. Basically, the university I plan on graduating in has a black grad cap. It is, you know, black. Like, maybe like a very dark desaturated blue. But this is the first concept I made. I believe these are representing the Autobot and Decepticon symbols. And the blue flowers are like meant to represent spark flowers from the comics. And then there's this, where there's going to be a gold infinity symbol, some butterflies, and red flowers. But then there is this one, which is going to have, like, some diamond shapes in certain parts. Along with, you know, a bunch of flowers in the certain parts. And this is the final concept. Those look cool, yeah. And kind of like another idea I had was like add like Velcro to it and make little flaps. Like banners that I can, you know, put pins or patches on. And of course, this kind of hinges on whether or not I'm able to graduate in time. That could work, yeah. I might ask my mom, like, if it's possible for both of us to, like, go to Michael's, or, like, the craft store, for later in the week, so I can like pick up some of those craft stuff. Cause they have like those sort of spooky-ish stuff around this time of year. But yeah. Is, you know, what I'm probably gonna do. You know, I feel like I might like make a stream dedicated to, you know, working on a grad cap in like the next few years once I get to the point where I'm kind of able to, you know, do that sort of stuff. So like late 2026, early 2027 is probably when I'll do like any grad cap related streams. But yeah. Like, I can, you know, make a concept with my grad cap from high school. But, yeah. Is, you know, kinda, sorta, my plan in regards to, you know, my graduation cap. So thank you for the quiet hydrate. So yeah. It is, of course. But yeah. That I probably need to do eventually. I'm gonna fill all of these in. And but yeah. And there we go. Let's do all the color correcting. Nice, indeed. But yeah. I'm definitely gonna have to do certain things. When I get closer and closer to, you know, the actual game dev type of stuff for the game. Like, once I finish, you know, probably definitely once I finish college and therefore don't have to worry about, you know, my semesters anymore, I'm definitely going to start doing streams where I focus as much of my time on, you know, the game as I can. Possibly even, you know, take time to learn how to code. Code while live. Of course, I also need to, like, drive. My mom's been really pushing me to learn, like, do the studying, to do the test. So I've been sort of forgetful on actually doing it. But of course, I need to eventually learn so that my mom can stop bugging me. And yeah. It's just something I need to do. You know, learn how to drive. Which means I probably need to go to, like, the DMV site for my state and, you know, learn how to learn all the stuff there. It's a good skill, yeah. So honestly, if I could, I would honestly, if I didn't have to learn how to drive, I wouldn't. Because, you know, the fact that I'm autistic and stuff and have ADHD means I am probably a bit of a risk when it comes to driving. Probably not as much as my dad, but definitely some sort of risk. You understand? Yeah. But it's probably at least good for me to at least try to learn. And probably, like, fail the test, like, 5 times. You understand? Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm probably going to at least fail once at the... I guess I can say I tried. Yeah. But honestly, I feel like I might fail at driving. You know, in this test at least first few times, because I know for the written test, I literally failed it multiple times, and the teacher was so sick of it that he was just like, go to Quizlet and just use that for your answers, and then I was able to pass. Yeah, it's not my fault. Yeah. I mean, especially now that I, have a special interest in Transformers, I can possibly try and weaponize my autism. I mean, like, can I use my special interest to try and learn how to drive? Or just think of it as trying to learn all the driving stuff for, writing more accurate fan fiction. But yeah. I definitely need to still learn how to drive. And I've still been putting it off since I am in a constant state of forgore. It is essentially my constant state. I am actively forgetting many things. But yeah. Definitely, once I'm able to, I will learn, how to drive. But it's not a guarantee that I will, be able to master the art of driving in traffic. The forgore syndrome, yeah. Honestly, that's just ADHD. ADHD is just the art of constantly forgetting everything. Take a pace though? Yeah. Definitely that is something I need to do. Let me just... But yeah. Definitely something I need to do. Learn how to drive. But anyway, before I end stream, I'm going to go grab this image I just found. I kind of found on, the interwebs. And I'm going to use that as, you know, a basis as to doing Hydrangea's work outfit. As a bobarista. But yeah. Just something a little brief that I wanted to do before, you know, fully ending stream. Yeah. Or at least try and get it done. But yeah. So... So, in Hydrangea's work outfit, she is going to be wearing a mask. And that's because of the simple fact that her appearance is rather unsightly. And, you know, just the simple fact of not a lot of people will think of someone with very traumatic facial scars that are very visible as like a welcoming environment. That, and you know, she views it as a little more sanitary to be wearing a face mask, as she is someone that works with food. She doesn't want people to assume that she's spitting in people's drinks, after all. So because of that, she puts on the mask. Also, something I noticed while I was working on this, like something I realized as I was, you know, trying to fall asleep, is I kind of accidentally gave her a color palette reminiscent of the pansexual flag. That was kind of ironic because usually I do that stuff on purpose. Usually I do the party color stuff on purpose. But in this case, it was an accident. Just let me do this. And then this. But yeah. So, Hydrangea is canonically a barista that specializes in bubble tea, otherwise known as a bobarista. Like, as some people kind of refer to the job as. She's also good at making coffees and teas, but most people go to her for her, you know, bubble tea. And out of pretty much all of her coworkers, Hydrangea is the most serious when it comes to, like, you know, cross-contamination. Had to do something gonna be a bit longer. Understandable. But, yeah. Essentially, out of all of the characters, like all of the people who work at the, you know, boba shop / cafe, Hydrangea is, out of all of them, is the most serious with, you know, possibilities of cross-contamination. She thoroughly cleans her workstation and multiple times a day, and especially before opening, like after someone else has done something. Some people assume that she's a germaphobe, but for Hydrangea, it's simply out of principle. Like, she refuses to be the one to blame for someone going into anaphylactic shock. I kind of headcanon her as also having a severe allergy, like a foodborne allergy. And because she knows how bad certain food allergies can get, she is relentless in making sure that anyone with a food allergy is treated well by, you know, everyone at her establishment. Even though she doesn't really have a managerial role, well, she was given the authority of, you know, setting up all the systems for how to treat cross-contamination and all of the cleaning protocols, simply because she is the most skilled at it. She will wear gloves if she is asked to, though she almost is always wearing gloves regardless. And even if she doesn't wear gloves, after every single boba she makes, she vigorously washes her hands with soap and water. She is just dedicated to, you know, her craft that way. Like, I kind of want to write her as a model worker, or for, you know, people who work in the food industry, as someone who is dedicated to making sure nothing bad happens. Like, no cross-contamination or anything along those lines. Like, that's not happening on her watch. Some of her coworkers view it as annoying, but her manager, you know, her boss is just like, this is the safest. This is like, probably like after they hire Hydrangea, their health and food safety rating goes up by like a grade or so. And the manager's just like, yeah, we're definitely keeping Hydrangea on duty. But anyway, I think I'm going to end stream for now. Tomorrow, I believe, is going to be Tales of Berseria. But yeah, I'm probably going to work on this, or at least some parts of this, offline. But yeah, I'm probably gonna make myself some food after stream is done. But yeah. I'll be seeing y'all tomorrow. Luckily, we have a full week of streaming, so Wednesday is going to involve some writing.